Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The afternoon sun pressed itself against the kitchen window of 221B Baker Street with the persistence of a polite but determined caller. Mrs. Martha Hudson paused in her preparations, flour dusting her capable hands like powdered snow, and listened to the gentle symphony that was London settling into its daily rhythm. The kettle hummed its contented song atop the stove, while somewhere beyond the lace curtains a hansom cab's wheels clicked against cobblestones in that familiar hypnotic cadence that seemed to count the heartbeat of the great city itself. She had been kneading dough for the better part of 20 minutes, her movements as practiced and soothing as a prayer. The kitchen held the warmth of countless such afternoons, its copper pots gleaming like old friends in the slanted light, each one positioned with the care of a woman who understood that a proper home was built not just of bricks and mortar, but of ritual and repetition. The scent of rising bread mingled with the sharper notes of Earl Grey steeping in the brown Betty teapot, creating an atmosphere so thoroughly domestic that even the dust motes seemed to dance with particular contentment. It was then, as she transferred the small Victoria sponge from its cooling rack to the china plate painted with forget-me-nots, that her fingers encountered something that had no business being there. Nestled beneath the edge of the cake stand, as if it had been waiting patiently for discovery, lay a small object that caught the light in an almost mischievous way. Mrs. Hudson lifted it carefully, her brow furrowing with the particular concentration she reserved for mysteries that appeared in her well-ordered domain. It was roughly the size of a robin's egg, carved from what appeared to be jade or perhaps serpentine, its surface smooth and cool against her palm. Tiny symbols were etched along its circumference, foreign characters that seemed to shimmer and shift as she turned the object in the afternoon light. A delicate chain of silver, tarnished with age, hung from a small loop at its apex, suggesting it had once been worn close to someone's heart. The peculiar thing was not merely its presence, for clients often left behind handkerchiefs, gloves, even the occasional walking stick, but rather the deliberate way it had been placed. Not dropped in haste or forgotten in distraction, but positioned with care beneath the very spot where she would arrange the afternoon's offerings, as if someone had meant for it to be found, but only by the right person, at the right moment. Mrs. Hudson had served in the household of Sherlock Holmes long enough to recognise the difference between accident and intention, between the chaos of oversight and the precision of design. This small jade mystery bore all the hallmarks of the latter, and she found herself smiling despite her puzzlement. In a house where the extraordinary masqueraded as routine, where violin music at 3 a.m. was as common as morning tea, where chemical experiments shared shelf space with marmalade, perhaps she should not have been surprised to find enigmas hiding beneath cake stands. The afternoon light continued its gentle march across the kitchen floor, painting golden squares that shifted and reformed as clouds drifted past the sun. Mrs. Hudson returned to her preparations, the jade trinket now occupying a place of honour beside the sugar bowl, where it could keep watch over the proceedings like a small, inscrutable guardian. She arranged the thin slices of lemon cake with mathematical precision, their golden surfaces catching the light like small suns. The scones, still warm from the oven, released gentle puffs of steam that carried the comforting sense of butter and currants. Victorian England had elevated the afternoon tea to an art form, a daily ceremony that served purposes far beyond mere refreshment. It was a moment of pause in a world increasingly driven by the urgent tick of industrial progress, a deliberate slowing that allowed for conversation, contemplation, and the sort of gentle domestic magic that transformed a simple gathering into something approaching the sacred. Mrs. Hudson understood this instinctively as women of her generation, and Station often did, recognising that her role extended far beyond that of mere housekeeper, She was in her way the keeper of civilized moments, the guardian of small comforts that made the difference between a house and a home. In the grand theatre of Baker Street, where brilliant deductions and dramatic revelations played out with regularity, she provided the steady foundation, the reliable rhythm of normalcy against which the extraordinary could safely unfold. The kitchen itself bore witness to this philosophy. Every surface gleamed with the sort of cleanliness that came not from desperate scrubbing, but from daily care. The accumulated wisdom of years spent in service to others. The Welsh dresser displayed her collection of blue and white china with unconscious pride, each piece selected not for ostentation but for the way it felt in the hand, the way it caught the morning light, the way it contributed to the overall harmony of the space. Above the stove, copper moulds hung in orderly rows, their surfaces burnished to a warm glow that spoke of regular use and proper maintenance. A collection of wooden spoons rested in a ceramic crock, their handles worn smooth by countless stirrings, their bowls darkened by years of faithful service. Even the kitchen clock, with its steady, reliable tick, seemed to understand its role in maintaining the peaceful cadence of domestic life. Mrs. Hudson moved through this space with the fluid grace of long familiarity, each gesture economical and purposeful. She checked the temperature of the milk with the back of her wrist, a technique learned from her mother decades ago in the Yorkshire countryside. She adjusted the position of the tea cosy, ensuring the pot would maintain its heat for the duration of the afternoon's gathering. She counted out the proper number of cups and saucers, the thin china making soft musical notes as it settled against the tray. The mysterious trinket continued to draw her attention, its presence both puzzling and somehow reassuring. It seemed to belong there, despite its foreign origin and unknown purpose, as if it had always been part of the afternoon's ritual and she had simply failed to notice it until now. The symbols etched into its surface appeared to tell a story, though in a language she could not read. Were those tiny flowers along the border, or perhaps stars? The delicate lines seemed to flow and curve with organic grace, suggesting the hand of a master craftsman who understood that beauty lay not in ostentation, but in subtle perfection. As she worked, Mrs. Hudson found herself constructing theories about the object's origin. Perhaps it had belonged to the young woman who had called that morning, the one with the worried expression and the slight accent that suggested origins in the Far East. She had seemed nervous, clutching her reticule with white-knuckled intensity while waiting in the sitting room above. Her consultation with Mr. Holmes had lasted nearly an hour, and she had departed with the same hurried manner in which she had arrived, her footsteps quick and light upon the stairs. Or perhaps it belonged to the elderly gentleman who had visited the previous afternoon, the one with the weathered hands of a sailor and eyes that held the distant look of a man who had seen strange shores and strange customs. He had spoken in low, urgent tones with Mr. Holmes, their conversation punctuated by long silences that seemed to carry weight beyond words. The beauty of serving in a household like 221B Baker Street lay partly in these small mysteries, these glimpses into lives and stories that intersected briefly with their own, before spinning away again into the vast tapestry of London's endless narrative. Mrs. Hudson had learned to appreciate these moments of wonder, these small puzzles that added texture and interest to days that might otherwise pass unremarked. She filled the crystal water pitcher from the kitchen pump, the clear liquid catching and refracting the afternoon light into tiny rainbows that danced across the ceiling. The simple magic of refraction never failed to please her, a reminder that beauty could be found in the most mundane of activities for those who knew how to look. She had discovered, over years of service, that the secret to a contented life lay partly in cultivating an appreciation for such small wonders, in finding joy in the reliable rhythms of daily routine while remaining open to the unexpected delights that occasionally graced even the most ordinary moments. The sound of footsteps on the stairs above suggested that the afternoon's gathering would soon commence. Mr. Holmes's tread was unmistakable, quick and light, with an occasional pause that suggested his mind was engaged with some complex problem. Dr. Watson's approach would be different, steadier and more measured, the gait of a man who had learned patience through years of medical practice and military service. Mrs. Hudson made her final preparations, arranging a small plate of her special ginger biscuits alongside the more substantial offerings. The recipe had been her grandmother's passed down through generations of women who understood that sometimes the simplest pleasures carried the greatest comfort. The biscuits were golden brown and fragrant with spice, their surfaces slightly cracked in the way that promised the perfect balance of crisp exterior and tender centre. She lifted the mysterious trinket once more, holding it up to the light streaming through the kitchen window. The afternoon sun transformed it into something almost magical, its jade surface glowing within a fire while the silver chain caught and scattered light like captured starlight. Whatever story it held, whatever purpose it served, it would soon be part of the afternoon's conversation, another thread in the rich tapestry of Baker Street's ongoing narrative. The kettle began its final, insistent whistle, calling her attention back to the immediate tasks at hand. Mrs. Hudson smiled as she removed it from the heat, steam rising in gentle clouds that seemed to carry with them all the comfort and promise of a proper English afternoon tea. In moments, the sitting room above would fill with the gentle sounds of conversation and the soft clink of china, the familiar ritual that transformed a collection of individuals into something approaching family. She arranged everything on the large silver tray with the practiced efficiency of long experience, each item positioned not just for convenience but for aesthetic pleasure. The teapot occupied the position of honour, surrounded by its court of cups and saucers, sugar bowl and cream pitcher, the small dishes of preserve and honey that would complement the afternoon's offerings. The mysterious jade trinket found its place beside the sugar bowl, where it could preside over the gathering like a benevolent spirit, waiting for the right moment to reveal its secrets. Mrs. Hudson lifted the heavy tray, her movements careful and measured as she prepared to climb the narrow stairs to the sitting room above. The afternoon light continued its gentle progress across the kitchen floor, leaving behind the comfortable shadows of late day, while somewhere beyond the windows London carried on its ancient conversation of horse hooves and human voices, the eternal dialogue between past and present that made the great city such an endlessly fascinating place to call home. The ritual was about to begin, and with it, the solving of another small mystery that had found its way into their lives. Mrs. Hudson smiled as she began her ascent, carrying with her not just the physical sustenance of tea and cakes, but the promise of discovery, the anticipation of revelation, and the quiet satisfaction that came from knowing that some puzzles were best solved over a proper cup of tea, in the company of friends who understood that the greatest mysteries were often hidden in the smallest details of everyday life. The sitting room of 221B Baker Street held the afternoon light like a careful curator, each beam measured and positioned to illuminate the comfortable chaos that was Sherlock Holmes's domain. Mrs. Hudson emerged from the narrow staircase with the practised grace of one who had navigated these particular steps countless times. The silver tray balanced perfectly despite the precarious towers of books and scattered papers that seemed to have colonized every available surface since morning. The room itself was a study in controlled disorder, a space where brilliant minds had been given free rein to arrange their surroundings according to the peculiar logic of genius. Persian slippers dangled from the mantelpiece, stuffed with tobacco that released its rich, earthy scent into the warm air. A violin case lay open beside the window, its contents catching glints of sunlight that transformed the polished wood into something approaching sculpture. Chemical apparatus crowded one corner, glass tubes and retorts arranged with the precision of a medieval alchemist's laboratory, while nearby a magnifying glass of impressive proportions rested atop a stack of newspapers from 3 different countries. Yet beneath this apparent chaos lay an order that only the truly observant could discern. Every seemingly random placement served a purpose. Every pile of papers contained its own internal logic. Every scattered object told part of a larger story about the man who inhabited this space. Mrs. Hudson understood this better than most, having learned over the years to navigate not just the physical landscape of the sitting room, but the mental geography of its primary occupant. She cleared a space on the small round table that served as the focal point for their afternoon gatherings, moving aside a collection of pipe cleaners and what appeared to be a medieval manuscript written in Latin. The familiar ritual of preparation brought its own comfort. The careful arrangement of cups and saucers, the positioning of the teapot where steam could rise unimpeded, the placement of small plates and napkins in configurations that would facilitate easy conversation while maintaining the essential decorum of a proper English tea. The mysterious jade trinket found its place at the centre of this domestic tableau, where it could command attention without disrupting the flow of hospitality. In the afternoon light of the sitting room, it seemed even more intriguing than it had in the kitchen below, its surface catching and refracting the golden rays in ways that suggested depths beyond its modest size. The foreign symbols etched along its circumference appeared to dance in the shifting light, creating the illusion that the object itself was alive, quietly breathing with some ancient rhythm that predated the very stones of London. Mrs. Hudson had barely finished her arrangements when the sound of footsteps announced the arrival of the afternoon's first participant. Sherlock Holmes descended from his study with the fluid, almost feline grace that characterized his movements when his mind was fully engaged. His tall, lean frame seemed to flow down the stairs rather than walk, each step calculated and precise, while his sharp grey eyes already catalogued every detail of the scene before him with the automatic thoroughness of long habits. He wore his favourite dressing gown, a magnificent creation of royal blue silk that had seen better days, but retained an air of shabby elegance that perfectly suited its owner. The garment moved around him like liquid shadow as he approached the tea table, his aquiline features already displaying the slight frown of concentration that indicated his mind was working through some complex problem. His dark hair, longer than current fashion dictated, caught the afternoon light and seemed to hold it, creating a subtle aureole that emphasized the sharp intelligence of his features. "Mrs. Hudson," he said, his voice carrying that particular tone of distracted courtesy that indicated his attention was divided between the immediate present and some internal landscape of deduction and analysis. "Your timing, as always, is impeccable. I find myself in need of the sort of civilizing influence that only a proper tea can provide." His pale, long-fingered hands moved with unconscious grace as he spoke, conducting some invisible orchestra of thought that only he could hear. These hands had touched evidence from 100 crimes, had wielded everything from surgical instruments to violin bows with equal skill, had written countless observations in the precise angular script that filled the pages of his extensive notebooks. Yet they also displayed a surprising gentleness when handling delicate objects, a sensitivity that spoke to the artist that coexisted with the analyst in his complex nature. Mrs. Hudson smiled with the fond exasperation of one who had long ago learned to interpret the various moods and mannerisms of her most famous lodger. "I trust your morning consultation proved fruitful, Mr. Holmes." The young lady seemed quite distressed when she arrived. Holmes paused in his approach to the tea table, his grey eyes sharpening with interest as they fixed upon Mrs. Hudson's face. In that moment, the full force of his attention felt almost tangible, like sunlight focused through a magnifying glass. "Indeed, Mrs. Hudson," Miss Chen presented a most intriguing puzzle, though I suspect her distress stemmed less from the mystery she wished me to solve than from the truth she was reluctant to reveal. He settled into his preferred chair, a leather armchair position to command a view of both the fireplace and the street below, its worn surfaces moulded to his particular form through years of occupancy. The chair had been witness to countless hours of contemplation, its arms scarred by the occasional chemical experiment, its upholstery faded in precisely those spots where Holmes was wont to rest his hands during his periods of intense concentration. It was then that his restless gaze fell upon the jade trinket, and Mrs. Hudson observed with satisfaction the immediate change in his demeanour. The casual interest transformed instantly into sharp focus, his entire being seeming to contract around this new point of curiosity, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. His grey eyes narrowed slightly, and she could almost see the wheels of his extraordinary mind beginning to turn, cataloguing details and forming hypotheses with the speed and precision of a finely tuned mechanism. "Mrs. Hudson," he said, his voice carrying a new note of intensity, "might I inquire as to the provenance of this particular ornament?" Before she could respond, the sound of heavier footsteps on the stairs announced the arrival of Dr. John Watson, and Mrs. Hudson felt the familiar warmth that always accompanied the doctor's presence. Where Holmes brought intellectual electricity to their gatherings, Watson provided something equally valuable, but fundamentally different: the steady comfort of unwavering friendship, the reliable anchor of common sense that kept their little household tethered to the practical world beyond Baker Street's peculiar orbit. Watson emerged into the sitting room with the slightly weary air of a man who had spent his morning ministering to the various ailments and concerns of London's citizenry. His medical bag rested in his left hand, its leather surfaces worn smooth by constant use, while his right hand worked to unknot the silk scarf that protected his throat from the autumn chill. His pleasant, open features bore the slight lines of fatigue that came from a morning spent in the service of others, yet his brown eyes brightened with genuine pleasure at the sight of the familiar tea ritual in progress. "Ah, Mrs. Hudson," he said, his voice carrying the warmth and reliability that had comforted countless patients over the years. "I confess I have been looking forward to this moment since I left Paddington Station this morning. There is something about your afternoon teas that seems to restore one's faith in the fundamental goodness of existence." Dr. Watson represented the very best of English middle-class virtue, a man whose solid dependability had been forged in the crucible of military service and tempered by years of medical practice. His somewhat stocky frame suggested the sort of robust constitution that could be relied upon in times of crisis, while his manner radiated the quiet confidence of one who had faced danger and emerged with his essential humanity intact. The slight limp that occasionally reminded observers of his service in Afghanistan had long since been incorporated into his natural gait, becoming simply another facet of his unpretentious dignity. He settled into his customary chair opposite Holmes, the familiar choreography of their friendship playing out in small gestures and comfortable silences. Watson's chair was less theatrical than his friend's, a sensible piece of furniture that valued comfort over drama, its cushions arranged with military precision yet softened by the small touches that revealed the doctor's fundamentally domestic nature. A well-thumbed copy of the British Medical Journal rested on the small table beside it, along with a pair of reading glasses that had seen considerable service and a pipe of more modest proportions than Holmes's elaborate collection. Mrs. Hudson poured the tea with the ceremonial precision that the occasion demanded, the amber liquid flowing in a perfect arc that caught and scattered the afternoon light like liquid gold. The British had elevated the simple act of tea pouring to an art form, a ritual that served as both social lubrication and temporal marker, a moment of pause that allowed for the transition from the public world of work and responsibility to the private sphere of friendship and reflection. The delicate china made soft musical notes as cups met saucers, sugar cubes dropped into amber depths, and cream swirled in graceful spirals that transformed the simple beverage into something approaching poetry. The scones released gentle puffs of steam when broken open, their surfaces revealing the perfect texture that spoke of years of practice and an intuitive understanding of the alchemy that transformed simple ingredients into comfort itself. Watson accepted his cup with the grateful expression of a man who understood that civilization's greatest achievements were often its smallest pleasures. "Mrs. Hudson, you have outdone yourself once again. These scones possess an almost supernatural perfection that I suspect would baffle even the most advanced practitioner of the culinary arts." It was then that his gaze fell upon the jade trinket, and Mrs. Hudson observed with interest the subtle change in his expression. Where Holmes had displayed the sharp focus of the hunter scenting prey, Watson showed the more measured curiosity of the natural philosopher, his medical training evident in the systematic way he examined the object without immediately reaching for it. "I say, Holmes," Watson remarked, settling back in his chair with his teacup balanced perfectly in his hands, "that's a rather unusual addition to our afternoon's accoutrements. The craftsmanship appears to be exceptionally fine, though I confess the style is quite foreign to my admittedly limited knowledge of such things." Holmes leaned forward with predatory interest, his long fingers steepled before his face in the gesture that habitually accompanied his periods of intense concentration. Indeed, Watson. Mrs. Hudson was just about to enlighten us regarding its rather mysterious appearance in our domestic sphere. Mrs. Hudson felt a flutter of pleasure at finding herself the centre of such distinguished attention. In a household where extraordinary mysteries arrived with the regularity of a morning post, it was gratifying to occasionally provide the puzzle rather than simply facilitating its solution. "Well, gentlemen," she began, settling into her own chair with the satisfied air of one who holds the key to an intriguing secret, "I discovered this little treasure tucked beneath the cake stand when I was preparing for our afternoon tea. Placed there with considerable care, I might add, not simply dropped or forgotten." She lifted the trinket with reverent hands, its weight somehow more significant than its modest size would suggest. The jade surface seemed to warm beneath her touch, while the silver chain caught the light in ways that created tiny dancing rainbows across the sitting room's familiar surfaces. "I believe it may have been left by your morning visitor, Mr. Holmes." The young lady who seemed so troubled, though I cannot imagine why she would have ventured into the kitchen, much less positioned such an obviously precious object in such a deliberate manner. Holmes's grey eyes had not left the trinket throughout Mrs. Hudson's explanation, his mind clearly working through the implications of her discovery with the mechanical precision that characterised his approach to all mysteries. "Miss Chen," he murmured, his voice carrying a note of recognition that suggested pieces of some larger puzzle were beginning to fall into place. Watson leaned forward with interest, his medical instincts clearly engaged by the mention of distress in a young woman. "Was she quite upset, Mrs. Hudson? I noticed you mentioned she seemed troubled, and I confess I heard raised voices at one point during their consultation." "Not raised in anger, Doctor," Mrs. Hudson clarified, refilling their cups with the automatic grace of long practice. "Rather the sort of urgency that comes from desperate hope battling against equally desperate fear. The poor child seemed caught between wanting to reveal everything and wanting to reveal nothing at all." Holmes nodded slowly, his sharp features displaying the sort of grim satisfaction that indicated his initial assessment of the morning's consultation had been confirmed. "Miss Chen came to me with what appeared to be a straightforward matter of a missing heirloom, Watson. A family treasure, she claimed, stolen by persons unknown from her lodgings in Limehouse. Simple enough, on the surface." He paused to sip his tea, the gesture automatic and unconscious as his mind worked through the complexities that lay beneath the surface of Miss Chen's apparent simplicity. Yet, something in her manner suggested that the theft itself was merely the visible portion of a much larger difficulty. She was holding back crucial information, of which I was certain, though whether from shame, fear, or some other emotional complication remained unclear. Watson's brown eyes showed the sort of sympathetic concern that had made him beloved by his patients throughout London's more respectable neighbourhoods. The poor girl. Foreign-born, I assume, given the name. That alone would make her situation more precarious in our current social climate. Indeed, the London of their era was a city of stark contrasts and rigid hierarchies, where birth and breeding determined one's position with scientific precision. The great metropolis drew people from across the globe, creating neighbourhoods where a dozen languages might be heard in a single street. Yet the formal structures of British society remained largely impervious to such diversity. A young Chinese woman, no matter how refined her manner or compelling her need, would find herself navigating a world that viewed her presence with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Mrs. Hudson nodded with the knowing expression of one who had observed such struggles from her unique position in the household of London's most famous consulting detective. She spoke beautiful English, almost without an accent, but there was something in her eyes, a wariness that spoke of experiences I suspect few of us could imagine. Holmes set down his teacup with the sort of decisive gesture that indicated his mind had reached some preliminary conclusion. The question before us now, however, is not Miss Chen's personal circumstances, compelling though they may be, but rather the significance of this object's deliberate placement in our kitchen. He rose from his chair with fluid grace, approaching the tea table where the trinket continued to catch and scatter the afternoon light like a small mysterious star. His movements had the careful precision of a surgeon, or perhaps a jeweller, each gesture calculated to avoid disturbing the delicate balance of their domestic tableau, while allowing him to examine the object more closely. Watson. Your medical training included some study of Eastern healing practices, did it not? I recall you mentioning a colleague who had served in the Far East, and shared certain observations regarding traditional remedies and customs. Watson's expression brightened with the pleasure of being consulted on a matter within his expertise. Indeed, Holmes. Dr. Pemberton spent several years in Hong Kong and Shanghai, and he was quite fascinated by certain therapeutic approaches that seemed to achieve remarkable results, despite having no basis in Western medical theory. He joined Holmes beside the tea table his own, examination of the trinket characterized by the systematic thoroughness that had served him well in both military and medical contexts. He mentioned that certain objects were believed to possess protective or healing properties, though whether through genuine efficacy or psychological effect remained a matter of considerable debate. The jade trinket seemed to respond to their combined attention, its surface appearing to glow within a fire as the afternoon light played across its carefully carved surface. The symbols etched along its circumference were revealed to be even more intricate upon closer examination, tiny characters that seemed to flow and dance in patterns that suggested both artistic beauty and symbolic meaning. Mrs. Hudson watched with satisfaction as the two men bent over her discovery like scholars examining some ancient manuscript. There was something deeply pleasing about providing the catalyst for one of their collaborative investigations, about contributing to the great work that went on within these familiar walls. Her role in the household extended far beyond the traditional duties of a housekeeper. She was, in her way, a partner in the enterprise of detection, a keeper of secrets and guardian of the small details that often proved crucial to the solution of larger mysteries. The afternoon light continued its slow progression across the sitting room, painting golden rectangles that shifted and reformed as clouds drifted past the sun. Outside, London carried on its eternal conversation of horse hooves and human voices, the great city's endless symphony of commerce and communication that provided a constant backdrop to their more intimate gatherings. In this moment, suspended between discovery and understanding, the three inhabitants of 221B Baker Street found themselves poised on the threshold of another adventure, another journey into the labyrinthine complexities of human nature and circumstance that made their shared life such an endlessly fascinating enterprise. Holmes lifted the jade trinket with the reverent care of an archaeologist handling a fragment of ancient pottery, his long, pale fingers cradling the object as if it were made of the most delicate spun glass. The afternoon light streaming through the sitting-room windows transformed his sharp features into something almost ethereal, the golden rays catching in his dark hair and creating subtle shadows that emphasized the aquiline nose and penetrating grey eyes that had become legend throughout London's criminal underworld. "Observe, Watson," he murmured, his voice taking on the lecturing tone that indicated his mind had shifted into its highest gear of analytical precision. The jade itself is of exceptional quality, likely Burmese in origin, given the particular shade of green and the way it holds the light, not the sort of material one finds in common jewellery shops along the Strand. He turned the object slowly in his fingers, each movement calculated to reveal new details under the shifting illumination. The jade seemed to respond to his touch, its surface warming and taking on an almost living quality that made Mrs. Hudson think of deep forest pools where sunlight filtered through ancient leaves. Watson leaned closer, his medical training evident in the systematic way he examined the trinket without interfering with Holmes's investigation. "The craftsmanship is remarkable," he observed, adjusting his position to better catch the light. "Those symbols appear to be carved rather than etched, each one shaped with extraordinary precision. I've seen similar work in photographs from Dr. Pemberton's collection, though never with quite this level of detail. The symbols themselves were indeed masterpieces of miniature artistry, each character flowing into the next with organic grace that suggested the hand of someone who understood not merely the mechanics of carving, but the deeper rhythms of the language being expressed. They seemed to tell a story, these tiny marks, though in a script that remained tantalizingly foreign to the three observers gathered around the tea table. Holmes produced his magnifying glass from the pocket of his dressing gown, the lens catching the afternoon light and casting rainbow fragments across the familiar chaos of the sitting room. Under magnification, the trinket revealed even more secrets, tiny details that spoke of hours of patient work by a master craftsman who had understood that true art lay not in ostentation, but in the perfection of seemingly simple forms. "Fascinating," Holmes murmured, his grey eyes bright with the particular intensity that indicated a puzzle worthy of his attention. "The chain is clearly of different manufacture than the pendant itself. English silver, if I'm not mistaken, and of relatively recent origin. Someone has taken considerable care to provide this Eastern treasure with Western accessories." Mrs. Hudson refilled their teacups with automatic precision, her movements creating a gentle counterpoint to the intense focus of the two men bent over her discovery. The familiar ritual of hospitality continued even as her attention remained fixed on their examination, years of practice allowing her to maintain the domestic rhythms that kept their household running smoothly, regardless of whatever mysteries might claim the foreground of their attention. "The silver chain suggests adaptation," Watson observed, accepting his refreshed tea with a grateful nod. "Someone wished to wear this piece in a manner more consistent with English customs." A thoughtful gesture, though it raises questions about the circumstances that made such adaptation necessary. The doctor's words carried the weight of his broader understanding of human nature, the insight that came from years of treating patients whose circumstances often required them to navigate between different worlds, different sets of expectations and customs. His brown eyes held the sort of compassionate intelligence that had made him beloved by his patients and invaluable to Holmes in their various investigations. Holmes set down his magnifying glass and reached for his teacup, the gesture automatic as his mind worked through the implications of their observations. "The question before us, my dear Watson, is not merely one of origins and craftsmanship, but of intention. This object did not find its way into our kitchen by accident." He settled back into his leather chair, the familiar piece of furniture seeming to embrace him like an old friend. The chair had been witness to countless hours of contemplation, its arms worn smooth by his restless hands, its cushions moulded to his particular form through years of occupancy. From this position, he could command a view of both the street below and the domestic tableau of their afternoon tea, maintaining awareness of the outside world while focusing on the intimate mystery that had presented itself within their own walls. "The placement beneath the cake stand suggests deliberate concealment," Mrs. Hudson added, settling into her own chair, with the satisfied air of one whose contribution had proven valuable. "Not hidden from view entirely, mind you, but positioned where only someone familiar with our afternoon routine would be likely to discover it." The observation was astute, revealing the sort of practical intelligence that had made Mrs. Hudson an invaluable member of their household. Her understanding of the rhythms and routines of 221B Baker Street was encyclopedic, encompassing not merely the physical arrangements of rooms and furniture, but the subtle patterns of behaviour that governed their daily lives. Watson nodded thoughtfully, his medical training evident in the systematic way he considered the various possibilities. It suggests familiarity with our habits, certainly, but also a degree of trust that argues against any malicious intent. Someone wanted us to find this object, but only when we were relaxed and comfortable, prepared to give it the attention it deserves. The afternoon light continued its gentle progression across the sitting room, painting golden squares that shifted and reformed as clouds drifted past the sun. The familiar sounds of London filtered through the windows, the clip-clop of horse hooves on cobblestones, the distant cry of a street vendor hawking his wares, the gentle hum of a city going about its daily business with the sort of unconscious efficiency that had made the British Empire the marvel of the civilized world. Holmes lifted the trinket again, this time holding it up to the window where the full force of the afternoon light could play across its surface. The jade seemed to come alive under this treatment, its green depths revealing subtle variations in colour and texture that had been invisible under the softer illumination of the sitting room's interior. "Observe the way the light passes through certain sections," he said, his voice carrying the excitement of discovery that always accompanied his most productive investigations. "This is not a solid piece, Watson. There are hollow chambers within carefully concealed but unmistakably present." Watson rose from his chair and joined Holmes at the window, their combined shadows falling across the tea table in patterns that created temporary art across the familiar surfaces. Under the doctor's more methodical examination, the trinket revealed additional secrets, subtle variations in weight and balance that suggested a complexity far beyond its modest appearance. A puzzle box of sorts, Watson murmured, his brown eyes bright with professional interest. I've encountered similar devices in my medical practice containers, designed to hold small quantities of precious substances while protecting them from unauthorized access. Mrs. Hudson watched from her chair with growing fascination as the two men continued their examination. There was something deeply satisfying about witnessing the collaborative process that had made their partnership legendary throughout London's more informed circles. Holmes provided the brilliant flashes of insight and deductive reasoning, while Watson offered the steady, methodical approach that ensured no detail was overlooked. Together, they formed an investigative instrument of remarkable precision and effectiveness. The trinket seemed to respond to their combined attention, its surface appearing to glow with inner fire as the afternoon light played across its carefully carved features. The symbols etched along its circumference became more distinct under close examination, revealing layers of meaning that spoke to cultural traditions extending back through centuries of accumulated wisdom. The construction suggests Chinese origin, Holmes observed, turning the object slowly in his fingers, though the style appears to be influenced by Tibetan craftsmanship, if I'm not mistaken. The sort of cultural fusion one might expect in the border regions where different traditions meet and influence one another. His knowledge of global cultures and customs was encyclopedic, accumulated through years of study and observation that had taken him far beyond the traditional boundaries of English education. Where most gentlemen of his class might be expected to possess a superficial familiarity with European languages and customs, Holmes had delved deep into the traditions and practices of peoples from every corner of the globe. Watson nodded with appreciation for his friend's expertise. The medical implications are intriguing as well. Dr. Pemberton mentioned that such objects were often used to contain herbal preparations or other therapeutic substances. The hollow chambers you've identified could easily serve such a purpose. The doctor's contribution reflected his own specialized knowledge, the intersection of medical practice and cultural observation that had made him such a valuable partner in their various investigations. His years of military service had exposed him to medical traditions from across the empire, while his London practice had brought him into contact with patients from every social stratum and cultural background. Mrs. Hudson rose from her chair and approached the window where the two men continued their examination, her domestic instincts drawing her into the collaborative effort that was taking shape around her discovery. Might I suggest, gentlemen, that we approach this mystery as we would any other? With careful observation, systematic analysis, and perhaps most importantly, with patience. Her words carried the wisdom of long experience with the particular rhythms of investigation that characterized life at 221B Baker Street. She had observed countless cases from their inception through their resolution, developing an intuitive understanding of the process that transformed puzzling fragments into coherent narratives. Holmes looked up from his examination with the sort of grateful expression that indicated her suggestion had resonated with his own instincts. Indeed, Mrs. Hudson, we must resist the temptation to force conclusions before we have gathered sufficient evidence to support them. He returned to his chair, the trinket cradled carefully in his palm like a small living thing. The afternoon light had begun to take on the golden quality that characterized late day, painting the familiar furnishings of the sitting room with warm hues that transformed even the most mundane objects into something approaching art. Watson settled back into his own chair, reaching for his teacup with the satisfied air of a man who had contributed meaningfully to an important endeavour. The question remains, however, of how we might discover the object's intended function. The mechanism for opening these hollow chambers, if they exist, is not immediately apparent. The observation was astute, highlighting one of the central challenges facing their investigation. The trinket appeared to be a masterpiece of concealment as well as artistry, its secrets hidden behind layers of cultural tradition and mechanical ingenuity that would require considerable skill to penetrate. Holmes turned the object slowly in his fingers, his grey eyes fixed upon its surface with the sort of intense concentration that indicated his mind was working through multiple possibilities simultaneously. Patience, my dear Watson. The craftsman who created this piece understood that the greatest secrets are often hidden in plain sight, protected not by complexity, but by the observer's inability to see what is directly before them. The afternoon continued its gentle progression toward evening, the light outside gradually taking on the softer quality that would eventually give way to the gaslit intimacy of London's nocturnal hours. Within the sitting room of 221B Baker Street, three friends continued their examination of a small mystery that had found its way into their lives, their collaborative investigation proceeding, with the sort of unhurried thoroughness that characterized their best work. Mrs. Hudson refilled their teacups once more, the gentle ritual providing a comforting counterpoint to the intense focus of their examination. There was something deeply civilized about this approach to mystery solving, this combination of intellectual rigour and domestic comfort that transformed investigation into something approaching meditation. The jade trinket continued to hold their attention, its surface catching and refracting the shifting afternoon light in ways that seemed to change with each new angle of observation. Whatever secrets it contained remained locked within its deceptively simple form, waiting for the right combination of insight and patience to reveal the truths it had been designed to protect. As the afternoon light began its slow fade toward evening, the three inhabitants of 221B Baker Street found themselves poised on the threshold of discovery, their careful examination having revealed tantalizing glimpses of the mysteries that lay hidden within the small object that had found its way into their domestic sphere. The investigation was far from complete, but the foundation had been laid for the sort of collaborative inquiry that had made their partnership legendary throughout London's more discerning circles. The trinket seemed to pulse with quiet energy in Holmes's careful hands, as if responding to the attention and respect it was receiving from these three devoted observers. Whatever story it held, whatever secrets it protected, they would be revealed in time through the patient application of skill, knowledge, and that most valuable of investigative tools, the willingness to see beyond the surface of things to the deeper truths that lay hidden beneath. The contemplative silence that had settled over the sitting room of 221B Baker Street was broken by the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps ascending from the street below. These were not the quick, light steps of Holmes, nor the measured tread of Watson, but rather the determined, slightly plodding gait of a man whose profession had taught him to approach every doorway with a mixture of hope and scepticism. Mrs. Hudson recognized the rhythm immediately, her experienced ear having catalogued the footfalls of every regular visitor to their peculiar household over the years. "Inspector Lestrade," she announced with a fond smile rising from her chair with the graceful efficiency that characterized all her movements. "I can hear him practicing his official expression on the stairs. Poor man always sounds as though he's trying to convince himself he's meant to be here." Holmes looked up from his continued examination of the jade trinket, his grey eyes brightening with the particular amusement that always accompanied Lestrade's visits. There was something deeply satisfying about the inspector's regular appearances at Baker Street. These moments when the official machinery of Scotland Yard found itself compelled to seek assistance from the very consulting detective whose methods it professed to find so irregular. Watson chuckled softly, setting down his teacup with the careful precision that betrayed his military background. Lestrade's timing is, as always, impeccable. Just when we've discovered something genuinely intriguing, he arrives to remind us that the world of official crime detection continues to function according to its own mysterious logic. The sitting-room door opened to admit Inspector Geoffrey Lestrade, a man whose appearance seemed designed by nature to embody the very essence of dogged police work. He was of medium height and compact build, his features bearing the sort of weather-beaten quality that spoke of years spent walking London streets in all seasons and conditions. His brown eyes held the slightly weary expression of one who had seen enough of human nature to maintain few illusions about its fundamental goodness, yet who continued to pursue justice with the sort of stubborn persistence that had made him one of Scotland Yard's most reliable investigators. Lestrade's clothing reflected his profession with almost mathematical precision. His dark wool coat bore the subtle signs of outdoor work, a slight dampness at the shoulders from the afternoon mist, a few scattered threads that spoke of passage through London's more cramped quarters, the faint scent of tobacco and urban air that seemed to cling to all who spent their days navigating the city's labyrinthine streets. His bowler hat, now held respectfully in his hands, showed the sort of careful maintenance that indicated a man who understood that appearances mattered in his particular line of work. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Lestrade said, his voice carrying the slightly formal tone he always adopted when entering the private domain of Baker Street. Despite years of collaboration, he never quite lost the sense that he was intruding upon some rarefied intellectual sanctuary where the normal rules of police procedure might not apply. "Mrs. Hudson, always a pleasure to see you looking so well." Mrs. Hudson beamed with the sort of genuine warmth that had made her beloved by every visitor to their household, regardless of their official status or social standing. "Inspector Lestrade, how delightful! You arrive at the perfect moment, as always. I was just about to refresh the tea, and I believe there are still some of those ginger biscuits you're so fond of." Lestrade's expression softened with genuine appreciation. Despite his professional skepticism about Holmes's methods, he had long ago developed a deep fondness for the domestic comforts of Baker Street. Mrs. Hudson's tea represented a small oasis of civilian normalcy in a career otherwise dominated by the darker aspects of human behaviour. "That's very kind of you, Mrs. Hudson. I confess I've been walking the streets since dawn, and your hospitality is exactly what this old policeman needs to restore his faith in the fundamental decency of existence." Holmes gestured toward an empty chair with a sort of expansive hospitality that indicated his mood had been improved by the afternoon's discoveries. "Please, Lestrade, join us. We find ourselves in the midst of a most intriguing puzzle, and your practical perspective might prove invaluable." The inspector approached the tea table with the careful gait of a man whose profession had taught him to observe his surroundings with automatic thoroughness. His brown eyes catalogued the familiar chaos of the sitting room, the scattered papers, the chemical apparatus, the violin case lying open beside the window, before settling upon the small group gathered around the afternoon's refreshments. It was then that his gaze fell upon the jade trinket, still cradled carefully in Holmes's palm, and Mrs. Hudson observed with amusement the immediate change in his expression. The weary resignation that typically characterized his features when confronted with one of Holmes's investigations gave way to genuine curiosity, tinged with the sort of professional skepticism that made him such an effective police officer. "Well now," Lestrade said, settling into the offered chair with a slight grunt of satisfaction, "I can see you've been keeping yourselves busy with some bit of Oriental nonsense. Don't tell me someone's reported a theft from the British Museum again." His words carried the affectionate gruffness that had characterized his relationship with Holmes over the years. Despite his frequent complaints about the consulting detective's irregular methods, Lestrade had developed a grudging respect for the results those methods consistently produced. More importantly, he had come to value the intellectual stimulation that these visits to Baker Street provided, the opportunity to see familiar problems from entirely new perspectives. Watson leaned back in his chair with the sort of comfortable ease that indicated he was settling in for one of their extended collaborative sessions. "Nothing quite so dramatic, Inspector." Mrs. Hudson discovered this particular treasure tucked beneath our cake stand, apparently left there with considerable deliberation by Holmes's morning visitor. Lestrade accepted the cup of tea that Mrs. Hudson pressed into his hands with the grateful expression of a man who understood that civilization's greatest achievements were often its smallest pleasures. The inspector's hands, Mrs. Hudson noticed, bore the calluses and small scars that spoke of practical work, of doors forced and evidence gathered, of a career spent in direct contact with the physical realities of crime and investigation. "Morning visitor, eh?" Lestrade said, blowing gently across the surface of his tea to cool it to drinking temperature. "Anyone I should know about?" "We've had reports of some unusual activity in the Chinese Quarter lately. Nothing serious, mind you, but the sort of thing that makes the local constables nervous." Holmes's grey eyes sharpened with interest at this observation. "Indeed? What manner of unusual activity, if you don't mind my asking? The timing might prove more than coincidental." Lestrade settled back in his chair, clearly pleased to have information that might prove relevant to one of Holmes's investigations. Despite their different approaches to detective work, he took genuine satisfaction in contributing to the collaborative process that had solved so many of London's more puzzling crimes. Nothing dramatic, he said, reaching for one of Mrs. Hudson's ginger biscuits with obvious anticipation. A few reports of strangers asking questions, people looking for someone or something without being entirely clear about what they were seeking. The sort of thing that makes honest folk nervous without quite rising to the level of official concern. Watson nodded thoughtfully, his medical experience having taught him to recognise the patterns of behaviour that often preceded more serious difficulties. The Chinese community in London maintains a certain insularity, I believe. Strangers asking questions would indeed be cause for concern, particularly if those questions touched upon sensitive matters. The observation reflected Watson's broader understanding of London's diverse communities, the various ethnic enclaves that had developed as the great city drew people from across the globe. His medical practice had brought him into contact with patients from every background, providing him with insights into the challenges faced by those trying to establish new lives in an often unwelcoming environment. Lestrade took a cautious sip of his tea, his brown eyes never leaving the jade trinket that continued to occupy the centre of their attention. The thing is, Mr. Holmes, these weren't the usual sort of inquiries one might expect. Not looking for work or lodgings or family members. More like they were searching for something specific but couldn't quite bring themselves to say what. Holmes leaned forward with the sort of predatory interest that indicated his detective instincts had been fully engaged. Describe these strangers, if you would. Any details that struck the reporting officers as particularly noteworthy? The inspector paused for a moment, clearly organising his thoughts in the methodical way that had made him such a reliable investigator, despite his lack of Holmes's more dramatic insights. Well dressed, for the most part. Not locals, certainly, but not obviously foreign either. The sort of people who might pass unnoticed in most parts of London if they weren't asking their peculiar questions. Mrs. Hudson refilled their cups with automatic precision, her movements creating a gentle counterpoint to the increasingly focused conversation. There was something deeply satisfying about providing the domestic foundation that allowed such collaborative investigations to flourish, about maintaining the civilized rituals that transformed mere consultation into something approaching communion. The questions themselves, Watson prompted gently, his brown eyes bright with professional interest. Were the officers able to determine any pattern to what was being asked? Lestrade reached for another biscuit, clearly settling in for what promised to be an extended discussion. That's the peculiar thing, Doctor. They seemed to be looking for someone, but when pressed for details they became quite vague. A young woman, they said, but couldn't provide much in the way of description. Recent arrival, possibly in some sort of difficulty, but again, nothing specific enough to act upon. Holmes had begun turning the jade trinket slowly in his fingers, the gesture automatic as his mind worked through the implications of Lestrade's report. The afternoon light streaming through the sitting-room windows transformed the object into something almost magical, its green surface seeming to pulse with inner fire as shadows and illumination played across its carved features. "The timing is indeed suggestive," Holmes murmured, his voice carrying the particular tone that indicated various pieces of a larger puzzle were beginning to align themselves in his extraordinarily organised mind. Miss Chen's visit this morning, combined with these reports of strangers asking questions in Limehouse, suggests a pattern that extends beyond mere coincidence. Lestrade set down his teacup with a decisive gesture of a man who'd reached a conclusion. Miss Chen, is it? Chinese lady. Young, well-dressed but nervous as a cat in a thunderstorm. I'd say there's better than even odds she's the person these mysterious strangers have been seeking. The inspector's assessment reflected the sort of practical detective work that had made him invaluable to Scotland Yard, despite his occasional frustration with Holmes's more theatrical methods. Where the consulting detective might see complex patterns and hidden connections, Lestrade possessed the gift of recognising the simpler human motivations that often lay at the heart of even the most puzzling cases. Watson nodded slowly, his medical training evident in the systematic way he considered the various possibilities. The question then becomes whether these strangers represent a threat to Miss Chen's safety, or whether they might be family members or friends, seeking to help her with whatever difficulty brought her to our door. Mrs. Hudson had been listening to this exchange with growing concern, her motherly instincts clearly engaged by the thought of a young woman in potential danger. The poor child was frightened enough when she arrived this morning, she observed. If there are people actively searching for her, that would certainly explain her reluctance to be entirely forthcoming about her circumstances. Holmes looked up from his examination of the trinket, his grey eyes bright with the particular satisfaction that accompanied the recognition of a genuinely intriguing puzzle. The deliberate placement of this object in our kitchen suggests that Miss Chen wishes us to understand something that she was unable or unwilling to communicate directly. The question becomes, what story does this beautiful little mystery have to tell? Lestrade leaned forward in his chair, his professional curiosity clearly engaged despite his initial scepticism about what he had termed Oriental nonsense. Years of collaboration with Holmes had taught him to recognize when seemingly minor details might prove crucial to understanding larger patterns of criminal behavior. "Right then," he said, his voice taking on the brisk tone that indicated he was prepared to apply official resources to their investigation. "What do we know about this trinket of yours? Anything that might help us understand why someone would go to such elaborate lengths to bring it to your attention?" The question hung in the air of the comfortable sitting room, surrounded by the gentle sounds of afternoon tea and the distant murmur of London going about its daily business. Outside, the light was beginning to take on the golden quality that characterized late day, painting the familiar furnishings with warm hues that transformed even the most mundane objects into something approaching art. Holmes lifted the jade trinket once more, holding it up to the window where the full force of the afternoon light could reveal its secrets. Under this treatment, the object seemed to come alive, its carved surface appearing to glow with inner fire, while the intricate symbols etched along its circumference seemed to dance and shift in patterns that suggested meanings just beyond the reach of understanding. "Patient observation, my dear Lestrade," Holmes said, his voice carrying the particular tone of satisfaction that indicated he was thoroughly enjoying the collaborative process. "Like any good mystery, this one will reveal its secrets in due time, provided we approach it with the proper combination of skill, knowledge, and respect for the intelligence of its creator." The late afternoon sun had begun its slow descent toward the London horizon, casting increasingly dramatic shadows across the sitting room of 221 B. Baker Street, as the four companions settled deeper into their investigation. The quality of light had transformed from the bright clarity of midday to something richer and more complex, golden rays filtering through the lace curtains to create patterns that shifted and danced across the familiar surfaces of Holmes's domain. Each beam seemed to carry with it the weight of the day's accumulated mysteries, illuminating not just the physical objects within the room, but the growing sense that they were on the verge of discovering something far more significant than a simple lost trinket. Holmes had taken possession of his jeweller's loupe, a precision instrument that he typically reserved for the examination of the most delicate evidence. The small magnifying device with its crystal-clear lens and adjustable focus had been a gift from a grateful client whose stolen diamonds Holmes had recovered from what appeared to be an impossible theft. Now it served to reveal the jade trinket's most intimate secrets, transforming the small carved object into a landscape of extraordinary detail and complexity. "Watson, Lestrade," Holmes said, his voice carrying the hushed tone of one making a discovery of genuine significance. "I believe we have been underestimating the sophistication of this particular puzzle. The craftsmanship extends far beyond mere aesthetic considerations into the realm of functional artistry. Under the intense magnification of the loupe, the trinket revealed layers of meaning that had been invisible to casual observation. The symbols carved along its circumference were not merely decorative elements, but appeared to form a complex narrative, each character flowing into the next with organic grace that suggested the hand of someone who understood not merely the mechanics of carving, but the deeper rhythms of storytelling itself. Watson leaned closer, his medical training evident in the systematic way he observed Holmes's examination without interfering with the delicate process. "The level of detail is extraordinary," he murmured, his brown eyes bright with professional appreciation. "I've seen similar work in Dr. Pemberton's collection of Oriental artifacts, but never with quite this degree of precision. The tool marks suggest the use of instruments far more sophisticated than one might expect from traditional craftsmanship." Lestrade, meanwhile, had produced a small notebook from his coat pocket, the leather-bound volume showing the wear patterns of constant use. His methodical nature compelled him to record observations even when he didn't fully understand their significance, a habit that had served him well throughout his career at Scotland Yard. "Right then," he said, pencil poised above the page, "let's approach this like any other investigation. What exactly are we looking at? And what does it tell us about the person who made it?" Mrs. Hudson had risen from her chair to light the gas fixtures as the natural light began to fade, her movements creating a gentle counterpoint to the intense focus of the three men bent over their examination. The warm glow of the gas flames transformed the sitting room's atmosphere, creating pools of golden illumination that seemed to enhance rather than diminish the mysterious quality of their afternoon's discovery. Holmes adjusted the focus of his loupe with the precision of a surgeon preparing for a delicate operation. "Observe here," he said, indicating a section of the trinket where the carving appeared to be slightly different in character from the surrounding work. "The tool marks suggest the use of a wheel-cutting technique that I associate with the workshops of Beijing, though the style of the symbols themselves appears to be influenced by Tibetan traditions." The observation reflected Holmes's encyclopedic knowledge of global craftsmanship techniques, accumulated through years of study that had taken him far beyond the traditional boundaries of English education. His ability to read the subtle signatures left by different tools and techniques had proven invaluable in countless investigations, allowing him to trace the origins of evidence with remarkable precision. Watson nodded thoughtfully, his own expertise contributing to their growing understanding of the object's significance. Cultural fusion is fascinating from an anthropological perspective. The border regions between China and Tibet have always been areas where different traditions meet and influence one another. Such pieces often represent not just artistic achievement, but cultural diplomacy. The doctor's words carried the weight of his broader understanding of human nature, the insight that came from years of treating patients whose circumstances had brought them into contact with cultures far removed from their own. His military service had exposed him to the complex realities of empire, while his London practice had provided ongoing education in the challenges faced by those trying to establish new lives in unfamiliar surroundings. Lestrade looked up from his notebook with the expression of a man trying to reconcile exotic cultural details with the practical realities of police work. "All very interesting, gentlemen, but what does this tell us about why someone would go to such elaborate lengths to bring it to our attention? In my experience, people don't hide valuable objects under cake stands unless they're either very frightened or very clever." The inspector's question cut to the heart of their investigation, highlighting the gap between academic appreciation and practical understanding that often characterized the early stages of Holmes's most complex cases. His years of experience had taught him to look beyond the surface details to the human motivations that drove people to make the choices that brought them to police attention. Holmes set down his loupe and reached for a different instrument, a small probe that he used for examining the mechanical aspects of evidence. "Your instincts serve you well, Lestrade. The key to understanding this object lies not merely in appreciating its artistic merits, but in recognizing its functional purpose." He began to examine the trinket's surface with the probe, his movements as delicate as those of a watchmaker, working on the most intricate timepiece. The afternoon light, now supplemented by the warm glow of the gas fixtures, revealed subtle variations in the jade surface that had been invisible under ordinary illumination. "Here," Holmes said, his voice carrying the excitement of discovery that always accompanied his most productive investigations. "Do you see these almost imperceptible variations in the surface texture? They suggest the presence of a mechanism, a system of moving parts concealed within what appears to be a solid piece of jade." Watson leaned forward with renewed interest, his medical training providing him with the sort of detailed knowledge of human anatomy that translated surprisingly well to understanding mechanical systems. A hidden compartment, you mean? The sort of thing one might use to conceal small objects of particular value or significance? Mrs. Hudson had completed her lighting duties and returned to her chair, but her attention remained fixed on the examination taking place at the tea table. It would explain the deliberate placement, she observed with the practical wisdom that had made her such an invaluable member of their household. If Miss Chen wished us to discover not just the object itself, but its hidden contents, she would need to ensure it came to the attention of someone, with the skill to unlock its secrets. The observation was astute, reflecting Mrs. Hudson's intuitive understanding of the psychology that governed the behaviour of their various visitors. Her years of service at Baker Street had exposed her to countless examples of the indirect communication that characterised people in desperate circumstances, individuals who needed help but were constrained by fear, shame, or cultural barriers from asking for it directly. Holmes continued his examination with the probe, his movements becoming increasingly purposeful as he identified the subtle mechanisms that governed the trinket's hidden functions. "The construction is remarkably sophisticated," he murmured, his voice carrying the sort of professional admiration that one craftsman might express for another's work. "The maker has created a system that requires not just knowledge of the proper sequence, but also the application of precisely the right amount of pressure at specific points." Lestrade had begun pacing, a habit that indicated his practical mind was working through the implications of their discoveries. So we're dealing with someone who not only possessed considerable skill in mechanical engineering, but also understood the importance of security. This isn't the sort of thing one creates for casual amusement. The inspector's observation highlighted one of the central questions facing their investigation. The level of sophistication evident in the trinket's construction suggested that its creation had been motivated by more than mere artistic expression. Someone had invested considerable time, skill, and resources in creating an object that could serve as both a thing of beauty and a highly secure container. Watson had been studying the trinket from a different angle, his medical knowledge providing him with insights into the sort of precision engineering that characterized the most advanced surgical instruments. The mechanism appears to be based on principles similar to those used in certain medical devices I encountered during my service in Afghanistan, pressure-sensitive systems that respond only to the application of force in very specific patterns. His words carried the authority of direct experience, the sort of practical knowledge that could only be gained through hands-on work with similar mechanisms. The doctor's military service had exposed him to technologies and techniques from across the empire, while his medical practice kept him current with the latest developments in precision engineering. Holmes paused in his examination, his grey eyes bright with the particular satisfaction that accompanied the recognition of a genuinely worthy puzzle. The question before us now becomes not merely how to open this remarkable device, but whether we should attempt to do so at all. Miss Chen's decision to leave it in our care suggests she trusted us with something of considerable importance, but it may also indicate that she was unable to access its contents herself. The ethical dimension of their investigation had become suddenly apparent, transforming what had begun as an intellectual exercise into something with potentially serious real-world consequences. The trinket was not merely an object to be studied, but a trust that had been placed in their care, carrying with it responsibilities that extended beyond mere curiosity. Mrs. Hudson rose from her chair and approached the tea table, where the trinket continued to catch and reflect the warm light of the gas fixtures. Perhaps she suggested, with the gentle wisdom that had guided their household through countless crises, we should consider what Miss Chen herself might wish us to do. Her circumstances this morning suggested someone in considerable distress, yet she chose to entrust this precious object to our care, rather than simply asking for help directly. Her words highlighted one of the central mysteries that had surrounded Miss Chen's visit from the beginning. The young woman had clearly been in some form of difficulty, yet her consultation with Holmes had been characterized by the sort of evasiveness that suggested she was holding back crucial information. The trinket's deliberate placement might represent her attempt to communicate what she had been unable or unwilling to say directly. Watson nodded thoughtfully, his compassionate nature evident in the concern that shadowed his brown eyes. The reports that Lestrade mentioned of strangers asking questions in Limehouse take on new significance in this context. If Miss Chen is indeed being sought by people whose intentions remain unclear, she may have felt that direct communication was too dangerous. The doctor's observation reflected his broader understanding of the challenges faced by London's immigrant communities, the delicate balance between seeking help and avoiding unwanted attention that characterised the lives of those who existed on the margins of English society. His medical practice had brought him into contact with patients whose circumstances required the utmost discretion, teaching him to recognise the signs of desperation that might drive someone to take extraordinary measures. Lestrade had stopped his pacing and was now studying the trinket with the focused attention of someone who had recognised its potential significance to his ongoing investigations. If this object contains information that could help us understand what's happening in Limehouse, we may have an obligation to examine its contents, regardless of other considerations. My responsibility is to the safety of all London's residents, regardless of their country of origin. The inspector's words carried the weight of official duty, the recognition that their afternoon's puzzle might have implications that extended far beyond the comfortable confines of Baker Street. His years of experience had taught him to recognise when seemingly minor discoveries might prove crucial to understanding larger patterns of criminal activity. Holmes had resumed his examination of the trinket, but his approach had become more methodical, less exploratory, and more purposeful. The mechanism appears to respond to a sequence of pressures applied at specific points, he observed, his voice carrying the careful tone of someone working through a complex problem. The cultural symbols carved into the surface may serve as guides to the proper sequence, though reading them would require knowledge of both Chinese and Tibetan symbolic traditions. The challenge was formidable, requiring not just mechanical skill but cultural knowledge that extended far beyond the typical English gentleman's education. Holmes's expertise was considerable, but even his encyclopedic learning had its limits when it came to the subtle complexities of Eastern symbolic systems. Watson leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful as he considered the various possibilities facing their investigation. Dr. Pemberton mentioned that such objects often incorporated symbolic systems that served as both aesthetic elements and functional guides. The maker would assume that anyone attempting to access the contents would possess the cultural knowledge necessary to interpret the symbols correctly. The observation highlighted one of the central challenges facing their investigation. The trinket had been created by someone who understood that its security lay not merely in mechanical complexity, but in cultural barriers that would prevent unauthorized access. Only someone with the proper knowledge and training would be able to interpret the symbolic guides that governed its operation. Mrs. Hudson had been listening to this exchange with a growing understanding of the complexities involved in their afternoon's discovery. "It strikes me," she said, her voice carrying the practical wisdom that had guided their household through countless difficulties, "that Miss Chen may have left this object in our care precisely because she knew we would approach it with the respect and patience it deserves." Her words reflected a deeper understanding of the trust that had been placed in their care. Miss Chen's choice to leave the trinket at Baker Street rather than attempting to open it herself suggested that she recognised the need for expertise that she did not possess, while her indirect method of communication indicated awareness that direct explanation might be either impossible or dangerous. The afternoon light had continued its slow fade toward evening, the gas fixtures now providing the primary illumination for their ongoing examination. The warm glow transformed the sitting room into something approaching a workshop, a space where careful observation and patient analysis could transform mysterious objects into sources of understanding and insight. Holmes set down his probe and reached for yet another instrument, a small set of calipers that would allow him to take precise measurements of the trinket's various features. "The spacing of the symbolic elements appears to follow a mathematical progression," he observed, his voice carrying the excitement of someone who had identified a crucial pattern. "If I'm correct in my analysis, the sequence for opening the mechanism may be encoded in the relative positions of the carved symbols themselves." The discovery represented a significant breakthrough in their understanding of the trinket's construction, suggesting that its maker had created a system that was both secure and elegant, hiding the key to its operation in plain sight while ensuring that only someone with the proper knowledge could recognise and use it. Lestrade looked up from his notebook with the expression of a man who had recognised the potential significance of their discoveries. "Right then," he said, his voice taking on the brisk tone that indicated he was prepared to commit official resources to their investigation. "It sounds as though we're dealing with something considerably more sophisticated than a simple piece of jewellery. The question becomes, what do we do with this information?" The inspector's question highlighted the practical considerations that would need to guide their next steps. Their afternoon's examination had revealed the trinket to be a masterpiece of both artistry and engineering, but understanding its construction was only the first step toward determining its significance and the role it might play in the larger mystery surrounding Miss Chen's circumstances. The evening had settled over Baker Street with the gentle insistence of a familiar friend taking their accustomed place by the fireside. Outside the windows of 221B, London had begun its nightly transformation from the bustling commercial hub of daylight hours to the softer, more intimate city of gaslit streets and glowing windows. The clip-clop of horse hooves had taken on a different rhythm, more leisurely and contemplative, while the distant sounds of evening vendors calling their wares created a sort of urban lullaby that seemed to encourage reflection rather than urgency. Within the sitting room, the four companions had arranged themselves around the tea table in a configuration that spoke of both comfort and intense concentration. The gas fixtures cast warm pools of golden light that transformed their familiar gathering into something approaching a council of war, though the battle they fought was against ignorance rather than any human adversary. Mrs. Hudson had refreshed their tea for the third time, the ritual now serving less as refreshment than as a sort of meditative anchor that allowed their minds to work through the complexities of the puzzle that continued to occupy the centre of their attention. Holmes had spent the better part of an hour working with the jade trinket, his long fingers moving across its surface with the delicate precision of a pianist playing a particularly complex passage. The mathematical progression he had identified in the spacing of the carved symbols had indeed proved to be the key to understanding the mechanism's operation, though translating that understanding into practical action had required considerable patience and no small amount of inspired guesswork. "The sequence appears to follow the pattern of the 5 elements," Holmes murmured, his voice carrying the hushed tone of someone making a discovery of genuine significance. "Wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, each represented by specific symbols that must be activated in the proper order and with precisely the correct amount of pressure." His grey eyes had taken on the particular intensity that characterised his most productive periods of concentration, the sort of focused attention that could transform the most obscure details into sources of revelation. The trinket seemed to respond to his touch as though it were a living thing, its jade surface warming beneath his fingers while the carved symbols appeared to glow with inner fire in the gaslit atmosphere of the sitting room. Watson leaned forward with the sort of fascinated attention that had made him such an invaluable partner in their various investigations. "The 5 elements represent one of the fundamental organizing principles of Chinese philosophy," he observed, his medical training having exposed him to Eastern therapeutic traditions that incorporated such concepts. Dr. Pemberton mentioned that practitioners of traditional medicine often use symbolic representations of these elements in their diagnostic and treatment procedures. The doctor's words reflected his broader understanding of the cultural traditions that had shaped the trinket's creation, the philosophical frameworks that transformed simple mechanical devices into instruments of deeper meaning. His brown eyes showed the sort of professional appreciation that one expert might display for another's masterwork, recognizing not just the skill involved in its creation, but the wisdom that had guided its design. Lestrade had been watching Holmes's examination with the sort of sceptical attention that characterized his approach to anything that strayed too far from the practical realities of police work. "All very fascinating, Mr. Holmes. But what does this tell us about the person who made this thing? And more importantly, what does it tell us about why Miss Chen felt the need to hide it under a cake stand rather than simply asking for help directly?" The inspector's questions cut to the heart of their investigation, highlighting the gap between academic appreciation and practical understanding that often characterized the early stages of complex cases. His years of experience had taught him to look beyond surface details to the human motivations that drove people to make the choices that brought them to official attention. Holmes paused in his manipulation of the trinket, his sharp features displaying the sort of thoughtful expression that indicated his mind was working through multiple layers of implication. Patience, Lestrade. The object itself is beginning to tell us its story, but we must listen carefully to understand the full significance of what we're hearing. As if responding to his words, the trinket suddenly shifted in his hands, a barely perceptible movement that was accompanied by the softest of clicking sounds. The jade surface seemed to pulse with new energy, while several of the carved symbols began to glow with a faint luminescence that had nothing to do with the gas fixtures or reflected light. Mrs. Hudson drew in her breath with a soft exclamation of wonder, her practical mind momentarily overwhelmed by the unexpected beauty of the transformation taking place before their eyes. "Mr. Holmes," she whispered, her voice carrying the sort of reverent awe that accompanied moments of genuine magic, "I do believe you've awakened something extraordinary." The trinket had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation, its surface revealing hidden chambers that opened like the petals of some exotic flower blooming in slow motion. The mechanisms that Holmes had detected through careful examination were now visible in all their intricate complexity, a masterpiece of miniature engineering that spoke of skills and knowledge accumulated over generations of patient refinement. Within the largest of the revealed chambers lay a small scroll of silk, its surface covered with characters written in what appeared to be gold ink that caught and reflected the gaslight with almost hypnotic beauty. The scroll was accompanied by several small objects of obvious significance: a jade seal carved with intricate detail, a collection of tiny pearls that seemed to hold their own inner light, and what appeared to be a small vial containing a substance that glowed with pale, opalescent radiance. Watson rose from his chair and moved closer to the tea table, his medical instincts engaged by the sight of the mysterious vial. "That substance," he said, his voice carrying a note of professional concern, "appears to be luminescent. I've encountered similar preparations in my practice, though never with quite such intensity of glow." The doctor's observation reflected his broader knowledge of the various compounds and preparations that found their way into London's diverse medical practices, the intersection of traditional remedies and modern pharmaceutical science that characterized medicine in their rapidly evolving era. His brown eyes showed the sort of cautious interest that any responsible physician would display when confronted with an unknown substance of potentially therapeutic significance. Holmes had carefully extracted the silk scroll from its chamber, his movements as delicate as those of an archaeologist handling some priceless artifact. The silk itself was of extraordinary quality, its weave so fine that it seemed to shimmer with its own light, while the golden characters that covered its surface appeared to have been written by someone whose calligraphic skills approached the level of high art. "The script is indeed Chinese," Holmes observed, his voice carrying the satisfaction of someone whose preliminary hypotheses had been confirmed by evidence, though the style appears to be influenced by Tibetan traditions, consistent with the cultural fusion we identified in the trinket's construction. The content appears to be, a sort of genealogical record combined with what might be described as a letter of introduction or recommendation. Lestrade had produced a larger notebook from his coat pocket, clearly recognizing that their investigation had entered a phase that would require more detailed documentation. "Right then," he said, his voice taking on the brisk efficiency that characterized his approach to official business. "Let's have the full story. What exactly does this document tell us about Miss Chen and her circumstances?" The inspector's practical approach provided a necessary counterpoint to the academic fascination that had begun to dominate their examination. His years of experience had taught him that the most beautiful mysteries were often rooted in very human problems that required practical solutions rather than theoretical appreciation. Holmes spread the silk scroll carefully on the tea table, its surface catching the gaslight in ways that made the golden characters seem to dance and flow like living things. The document appears to be a record of Miss Chen's family lineage, tracing her ancestry back through several generations of what were clearly people of considerable prominence in their community. He paused to examine a particular section of the text more closely, his knowledge of Chinese characters allowing him to extract meaning from symbols that would have been completely mysterious to most English readers. Her grandfather, according to this record, was a physician of considerable renown who served in the court of the Qing dynasty. Her father continued in the medical tradition, but was forced to flee China due to political upheavals that made their position untenable. Watson nodded with the sort of understanding that came from his own military experience and medical practice, both of which had exposed him to the realities of political instability and its impact on ordinary lives. The sort of circumstances that drive people to seek new lives in foreign countries, regardless of what they might be leaving behind. Mrs. Hudson had been listening to this exchange with growing sympathy for the young woman whose story was beginning to emerge from the golden characters on the silk scroll. "The poor child," she murmured, her maternal instincts clearly engaged by the thought of someone forced to abandon everything familiar in search of safety. To carry such a burden of family history while trying to establish a new life in a place where few would understand her true circumstances. Holmes continued his examination of the document, his sharp eyes cataloguing details that painted an increasingly complex picture of Miss Chen's situation. The scroll also contains what appears to be a detailed map of London's Limehouse district, with specific locations marked in a way that suggests they held particular significance for her family's attempts to establish themselves in England. The discovery added new dimensions to their understanding of the mysterious strangers that Lestrade had mentioned, the people who had been asking questions in Limehouse without being entirely clear about their purposes. If Miss Chen's family had been involved in establishing some sort of network or community infrastructure, those locations might represent either resources to be protected or targets for those with hostile intentions. Lestrade leaned forward with renewed interest, his professional instincts engaged by anything that might relate to his ongoing investigations. "Those locations you mentioned, Mr. Holmes, do they correspond to any of the places where these mysterious strangers have been asking their questions?" Holmes examined the map more closely, his knowledge of London's geography allowing him to translate the Chinese annotations into familiar street names and landmarks. "Several of them do indeed coincide with locations that would be of interest to your investigation, Inspector. This building here, for instance, appears to be the premises of what the document describes as a traditional medicine practice established by Miss Chen's father. The revelation provided a crucial piece of the puzzle that had been developing throughout their afternoon's investigation. If Miss Chen's father had established a medical practice in Limehouse, it would explain both her presence in London and the sort of expertise that might be required to create the sophisticated mechanisms hidden within the jade trinket. Watson's expression had brightened with professional interest as the medical dimensions of the mystery became clearer. Traditional Chinese medicine often involves the preparation of complex remedies that require considerable skill and knowledge to create safely. Such practices would naturally attract attention from those seeking either to benefit from their services or to interfere with their operations. The doctor's observation highlighted one of the central challenges facing practitioners of traditional medicine in Victorian London, the intersection of cultural differences and professional rivalries that could make such enterprises both valuable and vulnerable. His own medical training had taught him to appreciate the effectiveness of certain Eastern therapeutic approaches, even when their theoretical foundations differed significantly from Western medical science. Mrs. Hudson had been studying the small vial that had accompanied the scroll, its opalescent contents continuing to glow with soft radiance in the gaslit atmosphere of the sitting room. "Might I suggest," she said, her voice carrying the practical wisdom that had guided their household through countless challenges, that this substance represents the sort of preparation that would be both valuable and potentially dangerous in the wrong hands? Her observation reflected a deeper understanding of the human motivations that often lay behind the most complex criminal schemes. If Miss Chen's family possessed knowledge or resources that others coveted, It would explain both the stranger's inquiries and Miss Chen's reluctance to discuss her circumstances openly. Holmes had turned his attention to the jade seal that had been hidden alongside the scroll, its surface carved with symbols that appeared to represent some form of official authorization or certification. This seal bears the marks of what I believe to be imperial authority. He observed his voice carrying the excitement of someone who had recognized the true significance of their discovery. The seal represented more than mere documentation. It was a symbol of legitimacy and authority that would have carried considerable weight within Chinese communities throughout the empire. For Miss Chen's family to possess such an object suggested that their medical practice was not merely a commercial enterprise, but represented the continuation of traditions that extended back through generations of accumulated knowledge and official recognition. Lestrade had been making notes throughout Holmes's examination, his methodical approach ensuring that no detail would be lost in the complexity of their discoveries. So we're dealing with a family of traditional physicians who fled China due to political difficulties and established themselves in London, where they've attracted unwanted attention from persons unknown. The question becomes, what do these mysterious strangers want, and how far are they prepared to go to get it? The inspector's summary captured the essential elements of the mystery, while highlighting the practical concerns that would need to guide their response. His years of experience had taught him to recognize when academic puzzles had the potential to develop into situations requiring official intervention. Holmes carefully returned the scroll to its chamber within the trinket, his movements as precise as those of a surgeon closing a delicate incision. The answer to your question, Lestrade, may lie in understanding the full significance of the knowledge and resources that Miss Chen's family brought with them from China. The traditional medical practices of the East often involve preparations and techniques that have no equivalent in Western medicine. The observation opened new avenues for consideration, suggesting that their afternoon's puzzle might have implications that extended far beyond the personal difficulties of a single family. If Miss Chen's father possessed knowledge that could benefit or threaten established interests in London's medical community, it would explain both the stranger's persistence and Miss Chen's fear of direct communication. Watson nodded thoughtfully, his own medical experience providing him with insights into the sort of professional jealousies and territorial disputes that could drive seemingly respectable people to extraordinary measures. The preparation in that vial, for instance, represents a level of pharmaceutical sophistication that might be of considerable interest to those seeking either to acquire such knowledge or to prevent its dissemination. The doctor's words carried the weight of professional understanding, the recognition that medical knowledge represented a form of power that could be used for both beneficial and harmful purposes. His brown eyes showed the sort of concerned thoughtfulness that characterized his approach to any situation that might threaten the welfare of vulnerable people. Mrs. Hudson had been watching the interplay between the three men with the sort of fond attention that characterized her observation of their collaborative investigations. "It strikes me," she said, her voice carrying the gentle authority that had made her such a stabilizing influence in their household, that Miss Chen's decision to entrust this precious object to our care represents both an act of faith and a cry for help that we are morally obligated to answer. Her words provided a necessary reminder of the human dimensions of their investigation, the reality that behind all their academic fascination and professional interest lay a young woman whose circumstances had driven her to take extraordinary risks in search of assistance. The trinket represented not merely a puzzle to be solved, but a trust that carried with it serious responsibilities. The evening had continued its gentle progression toward night, the gas fixtures now providing the primary illumination for their ongoing examination, while the sounds from the street below had taken on the softer quality that characterized London's nocturnal hours. Within the comfortable confines of their sitting room, four friends found themselves poised on the threshold of decisions that would shape not merely their understanding of an afternoon's mystery, but their response to a plea for help that had been communicated through one of the most elegant and sophisticated methods any of them had ever encountered. The jade trinket sat before them on the tea table, its revealed chambers glowing softly in the gaslight, while the secrets it had protected for so long lay exposed to their examination and consideration. Holmes lifted the small vial containing the luminescent substance, holding it up to the gaslight where its opalescent contents seemed to swirl and dance with their own inner rhythm. The glow was neither harsh nor aggressive, but rather possessed a quality of gentle radiance that seemed to suggest healing rather than harm. Watson Holmes said, his voice carrying the careful tone of someone making a significant observation, "Your medical expertise may prove crucial in understanding the full implications of what we've discovered. This preparation appears to be far more sophisticated than anything typically available through conventional English medical channels." The doctor accepted the vial with the sort of reverent care that characterized his approach to any potentially therapeutic substance. Under his trained examination, the contents revealed additional properties that had not been immediately apparent, subtle variations in colour and consistency that spoke of a preparation process requiring both considerable skill and specialised knowledge. "The luminescence appears to be natural rather than artificially induced," Watson observed, his brown eyes bright with professional fascination. "I've encountered similar phenomena in certain mineral preparations used by practitioners of traditional medicine, though never with quite this degree of intensity or stability." He held the vial up to the light, watching as the contents seemed to respond to movement with fluid grace that suggested a consistency somewhere between liquid and gel. The therapeutic applications could be remarkable, particularly if the luminescent properties indicate the presence of compounds that might prove effective in treating conditions that have proven resistant to conventional remedies. Lestrade had been listening to this exchange with the sort of focused attention that indicated his mind was working through the practical implications of their discoveries. "So we're dealing with valuable medical knowledge that certain parties might be quite eager to acquire, either for legitimate research purposes or for more questionable commercial exploitation." The inspector's observation highlighted one of the central challenges facing practitioners of traditional medicine in an era of rapid technological and social change. The knowledge that Miss Chen's family had brought with them from China represented not merely cultural heritage, but potentially valuable intellectual property that could be exploited by those with the resources and inclination to do so. Mrs. Hudson had been studying the jade seal with the sort of careful attention that characterized her approach to any object of obvious significance. "This seal," she observed, her voice carrying the practical wisdom that had made her such an invaluable member of their household, "appears to be the sort of thing that would carry considerable authority within Chinese communities throughout the empire." Her words reflected a deeper understanding of the social dynamics that governed immigrant communities in Victorian London, the complex hierarchies of respect and authority that determined how traditional knowledge was transmitted and protected. For Miss Chen's family to possess such official recognition suggested that their medical practice represented far more than mere commercial enterprise. Holmes had returned his attention to the silk scroll, his knowledge of Chinese characters allowing him to extract additional details from the golden text that covered its surface. The document contains what appears to be a detailed inventory of medicinal preparations and therapeutic techniques, each one carefully documented with instructions for proper preparation and application. The revelation added new dimensions to their understanding of what was at stake in the mystery surrounding Miss Chen's circumstances. If her family possessed comprehensive documentation of traditional medical knowledge, it would represent a treasure trove of information that could be invaluable to researchers, practitioners, or commercial interests seeking to develop new therapeutic approaches. Watson leaned forward with renewed interest, his medical training providing him with insights into the potential significance of such documentation. Comprehensive records of traditional therapeutic techniques could prove invaluable in bridging the gap between Eastern and Western medical approaches, the sort of systematic documentation that might advance medical science while preserving cultural traditions. The doctor's words carried the weight of professional understanding, the recognition that medical knowledge represented one of humanity's most precious resources, regardless of its cultural origins. His brown eyes showed the sort of excited interest that any dedicated physician would display when confronted with the possibility of expanding the therapeutic options available to suffering patients. Lestrade had begun making additional notes, his methodical approach ensuring that every significant detail would be preserved for future reference. "The question becomes," he said, his voice taking on the practical tone that characterized his approach to complex investigations, whether these mysterious strangers represent legitimate researchers seeking to collaborate with Miss Chen's family, or whether they're involved in some sort of scheme to appropriate valuable knowledge without proper compensation or recognition. The inspector's summary captured one of the central ethical dilemmas that had emerged from their afternoon's investigation. The knowledge that Miss Chen's family possessed clearly had considerable value, but determining the legitimacy of those seeking access to it would require careful investigation and considerable cultural sensitivity. Holmes had moved to the window, where he stood gazing out at the gas-lit streets of evening London, while his mind worked through the various implications of their discoveries. The complexity of Miss Chen's situation extends far beyond simple theft or commercial exploitation, he observed, his voice carrying the thoughtful tone that indicated his most productive periods of analysis. Consider the cultural barriers that would prevent her from seeking help through conventional channels. A young Chinese woman, regardless of her family's legitimate credentials, would find it difficult to navigate English legal and commercial systems that are largely unfamiliar with Eastern traditions and suspicious of foreign practices. His words highlighted the broader social context that had shaped Miss Chen's desperate decision to communicate through such indirect means. In a society where cultural differences were often viewed with suspicion rather than curiosity, her family's valuable knowledge might be seen as threatening rather than beneficial by those with the power to provide or withhold official protection. Watson nodded with the sort of understanding that came from his own experience treating patients from diverse backgrounds, his medical practice having exposed him to the challenges faced by those seeking healthcare in a system that often failed to accommodate cultural differences. The irony is that the very knowledge that makes her family valuable also makes them vulnerable, particularly if they lack the social connections necessary to protect their interests through conventional means. Mrs. Hudson had been arranging the various objects on the tea table, her domestic instincts compelling her to create order even in the midst of complex revelations. "It strikes me," she said, her voice carrying the gentle authority that had made her such a stabilizing influence in their household, that Miss Chen's choice to entrust these precious items to our care represents both enormous faith in our integrity and desperate hope that we might succeed where other approaches have failed. Her observation provided a necessary reminder of the human dimensions of their investigation, the reality that behind all their intellectual fascination lay a young woman whose circumstances had driven her to take extraordinary risks in search of assistance that might not otherwise be available to her. The evening had continued its gentle progression toward night, the gas fixtures casting warm pools of light that transformed their familiar sitting room into something approaching a sanctuary where important decisions could be made with proper deliberation. The sounds from the street below had taken on the softer quality that characterized London's nocturnal hours, creating an atmosphere of intimacy and reflection that seemed to encourage careful consideration rather than hasty action. Holmes returned from the window, his sharp features displaying the sort of determined expression that indicated he had reached significant conclusions about their course of action. "The question before us now," he said, his voice carrying the particular authority that characterized his most important pronouncements, "is not merely what we have discovered, but what we intend to do with that knowledge." The challenge was indeed formidable, requiring not just intellectual understanding but moral courage and practical wisdom that would allow them to navigate the complex cultural and legal terrain that surrounded Miss Chen's circumstances. Their afternoon's investigation had revealed a mystery far more sophisticated than any of them had initially imagined, one that demanded a response worthy of the trust that had been placed in their care. The jade trinket sat before them on the tea table, its revealed chambers glowing softly in the gaslight, while the secrets it had protected for so long lay exposed to their examination and consideration. Whatever choices they made in response to Miss Chen's indirect communication would carry consequences that extended far beyond the familiar confines of Baker Street, reaching into the complex web of cultural tensions and human ambitions that characterized their rapidly changing world. The decision, when it came, emerged not from lengthy debate, but from the sort of quiet consensus that characterised the best moments of their collaborative partnership. Holmes had returned the precious contents to their hidden chambers within the jade trinket, his movements careful and reverent as he restored the ancient mechanism to its original configuration. The soft, clicking sound that accompanied the closing seemed to carry with it a sense of completion, as though the afternoon's investigation had reached its natural conclusion and the path forward had become clear through careful consideration rather than hasty judgment. "We shall return Miss Chen's treasure personally," Holmes announced, his voice carrying the particular authority that indicated a decision had been reached through proper deliberation. "Tomorrow morning, at a time when the good people of Limehouse are going about their daily business. Our visit will attract no undue attention from those mysterious strangers who have been making such persistent inquiries." Watson nodded with the sort of immediate understanding that had made their partnership so effective over the years. "A wise approach," he agreed, reaching for his medical bag with the automatic gesture of someone whose professional responsibilities never truly ended. "I shall bring along some basic medical supplies, in case Miss Chen's family might benefit from the sort of assistance that conventional English medicine can provide." The doctor's offer reflected both his compassionate nature and his practical understanding of the challenges faced by practitioners of traditional medicine operating within the complex regulatory environment of Victorian London. His brown eyes showed the sort of professional excitement that accompanied any opportunity to expand his knowledge while providing genuine assistance to those in need. Lestrade had been making final notes in his official notebook, his methodical approach ensuring that their afternoon's discoveries would be properly documented for future reference. "I'll arrange for additional patrols in the Limehouse area," he said, his voice taking on the brisk efficiency that characterised his approach to official business. "Nothing obvious, mind you, but enough presence to discourage any interference from parties with questionable intentions." The inspector's contribution reflected his understanding of the delicate balance required when providing protection to vulnerable communities, the need to ensure safety without creating the sort of heavy-handed official presence that might actually increase rather than diminish the dangers faced by those seeking to establish new lives in unfamiliar circumstances. Mrs. Hudson had begun the familiar ritual of clearing away the tea things, her movements creating a gentle counterpoint to the more serious discussions taking place around the table. Yet her attention remained fully engaged with their plans, her practical wisdom contributing to the collaborative effort that had characterized their entire investigation. "Perhaps," she suggested, her voice carrying the sort of domestic authority that had made her such an invaluable member of their household, "I might prepare a small basket of proper English tea, and some of those ginger biscuits that seem to provide comfort regardless of one's cultural background. Sometimes the simplest gestures of hospitality can bridge the largest gaps between different worlds." Her words reflected a deeper understanding of the human dimensions of their investigation, the recognition that behind all the cultural complexities and professional concerns lay fundamental needs for safety, recognition, and the sort of simple kindness that transcended linguistic and cultural barriers. Holmes had moved to his writing desk, where he began composing what appeared to be a formal letter, his pen moving across the paper with the sort of careful precision that indicated he was crafting something of particular importance. "I shall also prepare a letter of introduction and recommendation," he explained, his voice carrying the thoughtful tone that accompanied his most considered decisions. "Miss Chen's family possesses knowledge and credentials that deserve recognition within London's broader medical community. Perhaps it is time for certain established practitioners to expand their understanding of therapeutic approaches that have proven effective for thousands of years before English medicine even existed as a recognizable discipline." The consultant detective's words carried both professional respect and a subtle challenge to the sort of cultural prejudices that often prevented meaningful collaboration between different medical traditions. His grey eyes showed the sort of determined intelligence that had made him legendary for his ability to see beyond surface appearances to deeper truths. Watson looked up from his medical bag with a sort of interested expression that indicated Holmes's suggestion had resonated with his own professional instincts. Dr. Pemberton would be fascinated by the opportunity to learn from practitioners with such credentials, he observed. His work with patients from diverse backgrounds has already convinced him that traditional approaches often achieve results that conventional medicine struggles to explain, much less replicate. The doctor's words reflected the sort of professional humility that characterized the best medical practitioners, the recognition that healing was an art as much as a science, and that wisdom could be found in traditions that extended far beyond the formal boundaries of English medical education. Lestrade had closed his notebook and was preparing to take his leave, but his expression showed the sort of satisfied completion that indicated he felt their afternoon's work had achieved something genuinely valuable. "Right then," he said, rising from his chair with a decisive movement of someone whose mind had been made up about future actions. "I'll see to those additional patrols and make sure the local constables understand they're to treat any reports from the Chinese community with particular seriousness." The inspector's commitment reflected both his professional integrity and his personal respect for the collaborative process that had transformed what might have been a simple police matter into something approaching a diplomatic mission. His years of experience had taught him to recognize when complex situations required responses that extended beyond traditional law enforcement approaches. Mrs. Hudson had completed her clearing duties and was now lighting additional candles to supplement the gas fixtures, the warm glow creating an atmosphere of comfortable intimacy that seemed to encourage reflection rather than urgency. The familiar domestic ritual provided a gentle transition from the intensity of their investigation to the quieter rhythms of evening contemplation. "It strikes me," she said, arranging the candles with the sort of careful attention that characterized all her domestic activities, "that this afternoon has reminded us of something quite important about the nature of true hospitality. Miss Chen honoured us with her trust in a way that transcended words, and we have discovered that the most precious gifts are often those that require patience and wisdom to understand properly." Her observation provided a necessary perspective on their afternoon's experience, highlighting the deeper meanings that had emerged from what had begun as a simple discovery beneath a cake stand. The jade trinket had served as more than merely a puzzle to be solved. It had become a bridge between different worlds, a means of communication that honoured both the complexity of cultural differences and the fundamental human needs that transcended such differences. Holmes had completed his letter and was now sealing it with the red wax that he reserved for documents of particular importance. "Miss Chen demonstrated remarkable courage in trusting us with her family's most precious possessions," he observed, his voice carrying the sort of respectful admiration that characterized his recognition of genuine intelligence and resourcefulness. She understood that direct communication might be either impossible or dangerous, yet she managed to convey not merely the existence of her difficulties, but their essential nature and the resources available for addressing them. It represents a form of indirect discourse that achieves remarkable precision through the careful selection and arrangement of meaningful objects. The consulting detective's analysis reflected his broader appreciation for the various forms of intelligence that characterized human problem-solving, the recognition that brilliance could manifest itself in ways that extended far beyond conventional academic or professional achievements. His grey eyes showed the sort of genuine respect that one master strategist might display for another's elegant solution to a seemingly impossible challenge. Watson had been organising his medical supplies with the sort of systematic care that indicated he was already planning for their morning visit to Limehouse. The integration of traditional and conventional medical approaches represents exactly the sort of collaborative opportunity that could benefit everyone involved, he mused, his brown eyes bright with professional enthusiasm. Miss Chen's family brings knowledge that has been refined through generations of practical application, while English medicine offers systematic research methods and institutional resources that could help preserve and expand such knowledge for future generations. The doctor's words carried the sort of visionary thinking that characterized the best medical practitioners, the ability to see beyond immediate problems to longer-term possibilities for advancing the healing arts in ways that honored both innovation and tradition. The evening had continued its gentle progression toward night, the gas fixtures and candles now providing the primary illumination for their comfortable sitting room, while the sounds from the street below had taken on the softer quality that characterized London's nocturnal hours. The familiar rhythm of horse hooves on cobblestones had slowed to a more leisurely pace, while the distant calls of late vendors created a sort of urban lullaby that seemed to encourage reflection rather than action. Within the warm confines of 221B Baker Street, four friends found themselves surrounded by the sort of satisfied completion that accompanied work well done and plans properly made. Their afternoon's investigation had revealed complexities that extended far beyond a simple mystery, opening windows into worlds of cultural tradition and human courage that had enriched their understanding while creating opportunities for meaningful assistance. Holmes had returned the jade trinket to its place of honour beside the sugar bowl, where it continued to catch and reflect the warm light of gas fixtures and candles in ways that seemed to suggest inner life and purpose. The afternoon's revelations had transformed it from a simple puzzle into something approaching a sacred trust, a responsibility that carried with it both privilege and obligation. "Tomorrow," Holmes said, his voice carrying the sort of quiet authority that indicated plans had been finalised through proper consideration, "we shall have the pleasure of returning Miss Chen's treasure, while beginning what I hope will prove to be a long and mutually beneficial relationship between different approaches to the healing arts." Mrs. Hudson smiled with the sort of deep satisfaction that characterised her response to any situation where proper hospitality had achieved meaningful results. "And perhaps," she added, her voice carrying the gentle wisdom that had guided their household through countless challenges, "we shall discover that the most valuable treasures are often the friendships that develop when different worlds find ways to understand and appreciate one another." Watson nodded with agreement, his medical training providing him with insights into the sort of collaborative relationships that produce the best therapeutic outcomes. The opportunity to learn from practitioners with such extensive traditional knowledge represents exactly the sort of professional development that keeps medicine vibrant and effective. Lestrade had gathered his coat and hat, preparing to return to his official duties with the sort of purposeful energy that indicated he was eager to implement their collaborative plans. "Right then," he said, his voice carrying the brisk satisfaction of someone whose afternoon had been well spent. "I'll see you gentlemen bright and early tomorrow morning. This promises to be one of the more rewarding cases we've worked together." The inspector's words reflected both his professional satisfaction and his personal appreciation for the collaborative process that had transformed what might have been a routine police matter into something approaching a diplomatic mission. His years of experience had taught him to recognise when complex situations created opportunities for the sort of positive outcomes that made his challenging work genuinely meaningful. As the evening settled more completely over Baker Street, the warm glow of gas fixtures and candles created an atmosphere of comfortable intimacy that seemed to encourage the sort of quiet reflection that followed successful collaborative endeavours. Outside, London continued its ancient conversation of commerce and communication, the great city's endless symphony providing a constant backdrop to the smaller, more intimate gatherings that made urban life not merely tolerable, but genuinely civilised. The jade trinket sat peacefully beside the sugar bowl, its surface reflecting the dancing flames of candles in ways that seemed to suggest contentment rather than mystery. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and opportunities, but tonight offered the sort of satisfied completion that came from work well done and friendships strengthened through shared purpose. In the comfortable sitting room of 221B Baker Street, four friends found themselves surrounded by the gentle aftermath of discovery, their afternoon's investigation having revealed not merely the solution to an elegant puzzle, but the beginning of relationships that promised to enrich all their lives in ways they were only beginning to understand. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off under the glowing lights of Dubai, the snowy rooftops of Helsinki, the midnight calm of Buenos Aires, or the ocean breeze of Lisbon? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the silence cradle you. Let your dreams wander far. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.